And here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Adventures in game audio, I'm sure. Because that's just the sort of the way that this week has been going, I'm sure. Game audio is not showing any line levels. Oh. There we go. Okay. Where did we leave off, Oh, Miss Baldessian, that's right. Oh, please. Back to school? I don't want it. I was about to make my way to the studio as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Montaigne and thank him for our timely rescue in the rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find we'd already departed for Thavner. Knowing him, he was hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Now there's a delightful mental image. Well done. Still, you're waiting for Y'shtola and the others. I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a time. Yeah, that might be a good idea. That might be for the best. If the others return, tell them we will not be long. Tall girl and tiny girl. Oh, those toys. Heading out for a stroll? No, I'm going up to the studio. The scholar himself was there? In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. I mean, you two can go home, you know, if you want. Alphino ever worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. You want to know something about this that it's never made any sense to me? Why do Alphino and Alizé need to take a boat to and from Eorzea and Charlian? I mean, they've attuned to the Aetherites, I presume. Ludonarrative dissonance. Here it is, Phenomenon. Phenomenon. Dun, 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 dun. Well, I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it, but this is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it's also houses a number of laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Phenomena. Na, 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 na. Although with the aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, Phenomenon dun, 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 was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. So it's a university. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority on aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as a Charlian's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that exact same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stomping grounds. He was in top form back then. Youngest into the studium, graduate with honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. So how did you wind up in Eorzea then, kid? Hold on, you both joined at the same age. You're both equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most prized debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? Ah, there it is. If nothing else, just remember that this is where the legend of Alphino Legg began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration of the student body has for Alphino. And, with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Okay. Well, no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montaigne. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. I mean, mood, familiar energy. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Phenomenon. Dun, 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 dun. That was Alphino Levier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levier. And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! What? Oh, sorry. You said you were looking for the Scholar, yeah? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. Miss Aliapo would have a better idea. Ah, yes, the Aliapo family. Well known in Charlian circles. Ah, you look like an Aliapo. Are you lost? Wander off the street, perhaps? Okay, that's outright offensive. That... rude. Rude. Hella rude. Wait, don't tell me you're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. Am I right? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searchers' Meet. Let me start with a question. What's the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books! What's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else! Great. That's what we deal in here at Searchers' Meet. Whenever students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. I have paid a ton of giant toad. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish. This being a school of magic and all. Oh, great. Are there transphobic instructors? As our newest cleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information about the Scholar's whereabouts. I beg your pudding? Wait, you're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. You kind of assumed that. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In no time, it's taken me... In the time it's taken me to tell you this, the Scholar has probably already left. Best luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. The rest is just directions, once again. I think this is just going to be a series where I edit out all of the dialogue that is directions. Because there's just so much of it. Oh, lovely. There's like nobody in here. Yes, the Scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he planned to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor to one of the auditoriums. So this is basically just a fetch quest. It's a fetch quest. Lovely. Yep.
Ah, I remember you.
I'm sorry.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
Yeah, where is Yustola anyway?
I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Well, thank you for following, Cahoots. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy. And then the unruly younglings themselves get a cut. Hello!
There is a rather more pressing matter we wish
How's it
to
going?
discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Oh, great, great. Not only am I in a library, I'm also going back to school. Great. Why do I hang out with these people again? It's going, leveling up my botanist at the moment, looking around for some comfy vibes. Well, I hope we can provide. Sort of a quiet afternoon, but a Rothgal is currently on her way through Endwalker, so let's see if she can survive being in the studium for a day.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Oh great, I'm being put on the spot. Corporeal Aether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar.
So, yes and no. It is this character's first time through, but I have a main who is all the way through the end of Dawn Trail. This is mainly, this character is for this particular stream. So it's like, you probably wouldn't get my first time reactions, but it's like, also, I'm still going to give my commentary no matter what. I'm still very much an opinionated sort of person who will give my commentary as we're going through. And in fact, I actually sort of like doing the stream from the point of view of someone who is experienced with the story, because it gives me more room to make commentary about it. I have more to say than just sort of sitting back and experiencing it for the first time. But that's my view.
Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux.
How's the audio, by the way? But gosh, I wish I could play it for all for the first time again. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say that, and yeah, I get what that energy, I get where that comes from, but also, there's something I think to be gained from being a storyteller who knows where the story is going. While that first playthrough is exciting and fun, and as it was designed to be, I think there's also a certain element of other people watching who are seeing it for the first time who wouldn't see it ordinarily otherwise. And that's sort of what I'm trying to do here, make it a little bit more accessible to that particular audience.
In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
It's also kind of fun for me to go back and do this after some of the things that happened in Dawn Trail, because it's like that bit right there, that bit is important in Dawn Trail. That bit about the soul and memory being intrinsically linked and rarely changing.
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh umbral calamity.
Yeah, we were there for that.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
I think we actually know the answer to that, even still.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
Well, at least you acknowledge that you're violating your own rules. That's a start.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
I like his candor.
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough.
Blank stare from us.
Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Phenomenon. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Oh yes, Ki Aliapo, the one that assumed I was a gleaner. Well, that's not creepy at all. Now, my main is a crafter, so, like, one of the things that I did on my first playthrough is go and take her through all of that stuff, but this is a story-focused playthrough, so we're gonna sort of skip right past the crafting bits. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. Oh, good grief, you're gonna give me a headache, Kryle. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon in the days to come. Well, I mean, I'd say that's already the case. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. I don't know, I could walk outside and take the minor aetherites, or I could just go straight back to the central aetherite. The boys. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met by much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and Eastern Alliances together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but it does certainly seem to be the way the winds are blowing. A Limsa reference. I get it. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbreck. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Why did you put them in storage? You knew you were going to need them immediately. You silly goof. Everyone stares at 3 boxes. Phew, I didn't realize they were so heavy. I mean, they're made of dragon scale. I'm not sure what you were expecting. Yeah, generally, dragons are described as great flying tanks, so I don't know what you were expecting. I shouldn't complain, though. Vitra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so we must treat them with the utmost care. Yes, please. You not coming with us? As much as I'd like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. Yeah, especially considering, like, the whole non-interference thing that the Forum has going on with the rest, with Eorzea and the rest of the world. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Batoya and our allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Talimsa Laminsa. Oh, Alphino. Oh, Alphino. A capital idea. Of course. Well, we might as well go there directly. Command room, okay. It's also been a year or two since I've done this content. So part of me is like sort of re-experiencing it after a couple of years and like an expansion and change away from it. Yay, a whole lot of just dialogue, so much dialogue, so much dialogue. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? What, I'm not one of them? I'm almost offended. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. I can't do a good Merle Wib impression, so you're not going to get one, just saying. On the contrary, we're honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. Alphino in diplomacy mode. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. We're in an ad break, but that's fine. We're still just in conversations. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what the plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Shalian, the allied nations have been engaged in separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Sahagan, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to increasing numbers of primals as well. That sentence has a lot of just very chewable words in it. But your triumph in Radzat Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. I mean, we proved that it was doable. While the bulk of our forces continued to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. So, a direct strike into enemy territory to attempt to take the control tower that is controlling all the lesser ones and see if we can obliterate them all at once. Tactically sound. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. The objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Thank you! Bravo! That should always be the first objective. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of free will, they serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims, and it is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for political or strategic gain, but because it is the right thing to do. Agreed? I do not ask that we set aside decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. No, that would be a very bad idea. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there could be no reconciliation, only death without end. Okay, for context, for people who are new to this universe, who are new to this storyline, Garlemald is a fascist regime. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That's it. Garlemald is a fascist regime. And the people under it, like the good Admiral said, are victims. Now, they've also been lied to, and they've probably been filled with a lot of propaganda. We've heard this propaganda over the course of the last several games. Or expansions, I should say, to be more correct. They like to call us the savages, you know, because we're not a part of their particular in-group. It's very fascist stuff, and it's clear that they feed that same rhetoric to the people. I'm not expecting anyone there is going to like us. However, they are correct that compassion should be the first objective. I'm also not expecting that to be easy. That's like, well, to draw a real-world parallel, other nations of the world invading into the United States to try and help the people and topple the incoming fascist administration. Not likely. But it's also, let's look at it from the Garlean people's point of view, because those of us in the United States pretty much have the same point of view. Or at least a lot of us. Nanamo continues. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there could be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urion J observed in the capital. Yes. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. And we also have reason to believe that taking out the big tower will probably deal with the little ones. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. There's certainly no rush to press further into our lands. They don't need to. They have the towers. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide us and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for the task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, and we can be sure it is not being harnessed to our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire at the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than just handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and the scales to join the Ilsapard contingent. Consider it an official request both from the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Why me? I'm not in charge of this outfit. Last I checked, Alphino was in charge of this outfit, although the events of Heavensward might have put the tamper on that. I was never in charge of this whole merry-go-round. For the people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urion J have already pledged their support and are already on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the warding scales to El Amigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsapard. Ralbon and Lord Amaric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. This is a location in the extreme north, so yeah, it's a very cold place. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Okay. We are going to Alamigo. To the Alamigan Quarter. This is something of a reference back to Stormblood. This expansion is divided up into sections that make reference to the previous ones. There are some that make reference to A Realm Reborn, We've already done the Heavensward part, and this part makes reference to Stormblood. It's appropriate that we're getting that music again. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. Small correction, we didn't make them. We just helped. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Amaric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once you all set off, it's back to our respective posts. So, for those not familiar with this universe, elf-eared guy in blue and gold is essentially, for lack of a better word, the president of one of the various nations that make up our alliance, the one of Ishgard. His title is more like head of the House of Lords or something to that effect. It's more of a democratic leadership position, but it's the closest thing Ishgard has to a leader right now. And also probably the love affair of a number of straight cis female players. Raubon, on the other hand, well, I guess you could say his position right now is second in command in Alamigo. Although, I'm actually a little unclear as to whether he's in charge or Lys. Stormblood was a long time ago, y'all. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsebard contingent. Oh, this is Stormblood music. The very suggestion we send some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid under the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Yeah. This is the other problem. There are a lot of people on our own side who are going to be very unhappy about helping people from a nation that's been oppressing us for years. And fair. I'm not the sort of person that's going to call that feeling invalid, because that's kind of valid. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Amaric's suggestion mirrors my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. Yes, actually, that's very helpful. As you fight the good fight in Ilsebard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers our cost is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again! Gaius Van fucking Baelsar. Okay, for those who are new to this universe, this guy was the end boss, or nearly adjacent to the end boss, of the first expansion, A Realm Reborn. And he's now on our side. He and his buddy here, they're both Garlean natives, You can tell by the little silver thing in their foreheads. It's a genetic part of being a Garlean. They call it the third eye. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. Here's number 2, the guy off to the side. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. Something to note, if you're unfamiliar. This guy has a number of masks on his belt. Those are masks of Ascians, and they are the actual threat. The actual bad guys of this... Well, the whole game up until this point, really. So you're not coming with us. Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Talaforoi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would put the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded villain or hailed a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. And fair. And here's a point that I actually don't think gets enough play. And I quote, "I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. People in Garlemald hate us. They hate us. Me specifically." So it's the exact same problem. A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. I mean, that goes right back to you guys. Most of the time you were in full armor. Most people in Garlemald probably don't know what you look like either. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Right back at you. Perhaps one day they will learn the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. I mean, that'd be nice, but I'm not going to hold my breath. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Ah, so Maxima's coming with us. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Good, we need some of that. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Booyah! More dialogue! So much dialogue! Yes, we are in another ad break, but that's fine. We are still in dialogue. and the other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathering in the Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. It's been a while. I don't remember how much of this I'm going to have to read out loud. Oh good, some of it's voiced. We know so many of these people. So many.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
Well, there you all are.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
So, this is a big shot of a lot of known people, but most of what you are seeing here are characters from class quests. Like, if I sit here and read from left to right, I'm seeing a bunch of Bard, Marauder, Scholar, White Mage, Monk, Black Mage, and then all the way on the far right, a Dragoon guy, a Machinist, and way on the far right is a mainline character from Heavensward, who's actually sort of an odd man out, but then so is Lise, who was like a main character in Stormblood, but she's also a monk, so hashtag shrug.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
We know that voice.
Lucia.
Context. She's a Heavensward character. She's Amaric's #2, right-hand woman. And she's Garlean. She is absolutely the right pick to lead this group.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emeric, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
She is the leader of Gridania, so essentially brother of the Queen of Gridania, essentially. Not in so many words, and don't let his sort of youth fool you. This is one of those very Japanese tropes of the character that is a lot older than they look.
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
One line acknowledging the fact that I'm a white mage.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow.
The ones with the headband in green are rogues, and the ones with the red hoods are black mages.
That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
Terrapin here is actually a main character from A Realm Reborn. And Robon's right hand, so to speak. I'm using the phrase very, very figuratively, not literally. Don't at me.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield. From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
A reference to Shadowbringers. There is so much personality in this little shot.
I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lamont.
Well, thank you for following the Scarefoe. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy yourself. We're in the middle of a cutscene in Endwalker right now, so they're doing a lot of the talking at the moment.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Imana Lane. Heavensward reference. Oh, why thank you, the Scared Foe. Actually, my model artist is on Twitch, so let's do a quick shout out. He's a great artist, and I'm going to sit here and shout out his work every time I get the excuse. So give Indie Dairy a follow. Back to Imana Lane. And thank you, the Scared Foe. Excellent.
Ah, yes. Imana Lane de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
Context for those who are not, who have not played Heavensward. Imana Lane is brother of the house that took us in. So you can interpret that how you want, but there's kind of some soft, like, brother to the main character vibes going on here.
But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
He was never a great fighter. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroi with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
She sounds so exhausted.
Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
We know that voice. Ah, the Zayla. And some others.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
More main Stormblood characters.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But
No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
We've worked with them before.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Their homeland is occupied.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alameda. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all.
Exactly.
Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered.
Yeah, we talked to him on the way in.
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good.
Sadu.
It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. but for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
And now we get to talk to people. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes have offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsvard, mainly referencing the cold. They would also prove tempting targets for abduction by the Talaferoi, also a good reason not to bring them, for their own protection. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Fair enough. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Yeah, all except for Sadu, apparently. And I don't think the Viera would care if it was cold or blazing hot. They would always wear that outfit. We're to keep them close at all times, yes. I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by towers. Yet, while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Ugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, we will keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Cyrano's request, and if she thinks it is a worthy cause, then that is enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on the hunt than any of the Steppe's oafish men could dream to be. Okay, so they're roommates now. They're roommates. They're roommates. And some people call them straight. I will never understand. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald. Sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. And I think you're absolutely the most qualified person to do so. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves any other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Yeah, we sort of have history with that guy, who's essentially the guy in charge of the Telophroi at this point. Essentially. Those who were here last time saw the cutscene with him. He's Mr. Bored. Ah, them's the scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing, I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send Answer instead? Buggered if I know. All the captain and the admiral told me was that they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is doing on dry land in the middle of sodding snow in all places. Well, me and my crew do whatever needs doing, so set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. So these are the famed warding scales, enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Etawa, White Mage reference, and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the 12 Woods, much less enter Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal, which is what the kid is. Pajals have the horns, which you can notice that the kid has. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights, the Garleans would benefit from my healing magic, as would our comrades should a fight break out. Just be careful, they may not trust your healing magics at first, until they know what they are, and even then they may be untrusting. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Isambard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specifically made warming tinctures courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand they are no substitute for proper protection. I will be leaving the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us head to the El Amigo Quarter. While you make final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Yeah, I probably shouldn't wear this dress. It's raining. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Arianje and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. The boyfriends. Isidium claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Yet. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock, and the rest of you could do otherwise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style, because they're uniforms. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. I'm glad we agree, Ishtola. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of the Scions in need of a tailor, I hear? How? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak up to Elsabard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? This is Tataru. She's not a fighter. Tailor, information broker, business person, but not a fighter. In fact, there was a scene back in A Realm Reborn of just how comically bad she is at combat. What? No, of course, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of high-quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I never wear them myself? She's got a point. I did have one other thing to share. Armus and Bloomwinda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Oh, why not? You can keep Cryo company in the Baldessian Annex. Yeah, we'd love to have you there. I'd heard Armagus and Bluida did a fine job of carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've had nothing to worry about. Reference to Shadowbringers, actually. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, we're looking at Graha right now. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope the new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you other than pray for your safe return. Which I will, every day. That's a threat. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. And she hands us an outfit. I wonder if I've got any green dye saved. I do. I think I should reverse those. Yeah, that looks about right. That'll do. It does look very warm and snug. All right, get ready for a little bit of combat. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of the expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I'll ready the engines. Okay. This is gonna be something. And this is probably going to be at least half an hour to an hour.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Heaven's word music.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Virgilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Hey, Pyrostyle! How's it going, Azure? Nice to hear from you. I hope you're doing better.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
And you can better believe that Lucia is the top in that relationship.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
I'm here, and it's a start. Well, I'm still glad you're here. I hope you're doing well. We have a couple of visitors. Folks that are mostly here to chill and do FF14 things, I've gathered. So feel free to say hi to the others in the chat. Say hello, chat. I'm almost disappointed you didn't immediately type hello, chat.
I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rear guard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
I don't mind being a trump card. Context on that one. Meanwhile,
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
they got the Vieira into some armor. That's good. Yes, this is the one that everyone memes about.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
We're gonna play as Thancred. Wouldn't be the first time.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Okay. We've got a smoke bomb that's good against dogs. Silent takedown, wall in stealth, there's a stealth ability, a defend, and an attack chain. There's going to be a whole lot of waiting for people to turn and face a different direction. And a whole bunch of, why did the other person not see that? Oh my god, how could they not see that? Tempered people aren't very bright. Waiting for them to turn away. It's a very Solid Snake-esque kind of thing, you know? I don't really get the fascination, personally. His mission would be 100% funnier with a frying pan. To be fair, a lot of missions would be funnier with a frying pan. Waiting for cooldown. The robots are the main threat, but don't seem to have a lot of sight range or detection. That may have been a bad call. Ooh, smooth as butter. Where's the control panel? I do not see the way through there. I see what I'm missing. Now the field controls show up. Okay. Again, the robots do not have very good senses. Like, anyone worth their salt should be able to see me through that grate, but no, it's a solid wall as far as they're concerned. The circle is the radius of detection for the docks. Puppy is okay. Puppy is just out like a light. Ah, can't get around that way. New plan. Actually, come to think of it, we don't even need to deal with them. The robot makes things complicated. Got one. Uh-oh.
Must be losing my touch.
That was a mistake. But, on the other hand, gets that out of the way. Not a perfect run, but I wasn't planning to be. Here's the part that everyone memes about.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Nope, 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 nope. No, 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 no. I need to see what their patrols are. Good night. That robot should have seen that, but didn't. I'm more worried about the dog.
Damn, spotted.
That's what I was afraid of. Got the dog, but got the robot also. But it gets one of them out of the way. What that dog doing? Getting in the way. Yes, quite literally. There are 3 more soldiers. And I want to avoid the patrolling robots. One by the gate was looking away was perfect. I need to see if I can get rid of the gate guard without alerting the dog and then take the dog out. Order of operations. Bam. Now I need to wait for the robot to go away. There's one more guard around the other side of that tower, but honestly, he's not looking the right way. So, I'm gonna leave him be. No sense giving him the snow nap if I don't need to. Okay. While the robot's not looking. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Objective. All done. But that's only the first part. There's more.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. And let the fireworks begin.
Is that loud enough, Y'shtola? Meanwhile, we're taking up the back, like she asked. Covering the rear.
To clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already.
They already have.
Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be alright, but...
Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Endwalker combat theme.
Fighters! Protect the others!
Arun Senna can heal himself. He's a white mage.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Moving up. Thank you, Amanda Lane. Yeah, I think you're the only one here, Amanda Lane, who calls me by that title.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
It's one carriage.
We'll hold the line.
One. Not plural. We all good? Nope.
We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Okay. We were sent to the back as a trump card. It's time to go do that thing. More Heavensward music. time. Sleepy time.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Ah.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Oh, you know, right in the nick of time. That's what I do.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
So I have a tank, a DPS, no, 2 tanks, and I'm the healer. Paladin, Marauder, and a monk.
We have them now! Forward!
Bam.
Right! Let them have it!
Now they just spam enemies at us. It's all scripted. Yes, exactly. Pyro style, exactly. Oh, she's gonna come play, huh?
Do not fall behind!
It's the roommates! I mean, I'm using heal charges mostly so I can sit there and charge up a Flatus Misery. Oh nice, my heal actually hits everybody. That's nice. Bam. Okay.
Is everyone alright?
Clearly, Serena had the right idea. Nobody cares about Magni. Seven on one.
Before the sun!
Go back to pining over Y'shtola. It's nice to not be on the receiving end of that this time.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death. Sadu Hatun.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
By your orders, I made sure they were fine first. And then I came forward to the front. Just as you said.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Our first view.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain.
The irony, of course, being that was you, wasn't it, Emic?
800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. chosen forsaken.
The Corvosi have a very different view of that conflict.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
Again, you would know, wouldn't you, Emmett?
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
He got some help by probably an unwanted cerebral visitor.
So many others, those who knew the truth, are gone.
Not all.
Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
Naive.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
We have prisoners. Lots of them.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Didn't it already have one?
Hello there.
Ah! Hey, Sam.
An apt name, perhaps.
Having trouble hearing the game.
Everyone.
Okay. Checking. Yeah, I've asked a couple of times how the volume levels were, and I didn't really get much feedback. System is at max. Let me get out of this cutscene. That would be why. About minus 30. Which is fine, because there's not much going on right now. Nobody's talking. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we will reach the capital itself. I'm of course trying to balance it in the background so that I don't deafen myself. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made and fit for purpose, we are to discuss course of action with Lucia. Yeah, minus 35 is fine for games. Particularly when nothing much is going on. Would you mind running and asking Ystola and Gra to meet us at the building? We'll meet you there. Yeah. See, this is why I like when you come to visit, Sam. You actually give me audio feedback so I can fine-tune the audio. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. In fact, while I'm thinking about it, let's do a shout-out for Way Too Late TV on YouTube. I believe they also have a presence over on Twitch, but it's heavily used. But, yes, give some love to Way Too Late TV over there, who is good with audio settings. Yeah, that's why I said on YouTube. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy, even at this distance, its presence is overpowering. Yes, audio is actually the most difficult part of streaming I've found. It's like, I can be pretty well assured that my OBS overlays, the way I see them, are going to show up on the stream pretty much the way I see them. I don't really need to worry about that entire side. The audio, however, is very difficult for me to get perfect, and it gets adjusted in between during the week as I go through and play different games, and so it's never perfectly synced and kept in one place. All I can do is keep notes. But there'll be a Baldur's Gate 3 Duos playthrough with my fellow wheelchair user buddy as a monk and a bard Riot Girl band. I look forward to that video. Or stream, however you decide to present it. I look forward to it. It'll be streamed. Ah, good. When? Gotcha. Still working out the scheduling. Yeah, scheduling is always the hardest part. Scheduling is the end boss. We've got to sync up wound care. Oh, Lord. Understood. Now, I've been on the air for about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I'm thinking a 15-minute break after all of that nonsense would be in order. That way I can actually let the ad run, which is going to start pretty much regardless in 90 seconds. So, I'm going to go on a 15-minute self-care break. We'll be right back. So, we were in the middle of a dialogue with Y'shtola. Y'shtola was saying, much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying, aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. Thank you, Aurora Witch Cheese. I appreciate that. And what Y'shtola is saying actually confirms something we suspected, that all of the towers were scooping up large amounts of aether and feeding it to this tower here. We've now confirmed that. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I'll be there in a few moments. You will be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are being treated as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be gone, but everything they left is still there. Considering the length of time that has passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems they may have... Well, thank you. Thank you for the follow, Artanis Armor. Artanis. Now there's a StarCraft name. Welcome aboard. Glad you made it. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Entaro Mitha. Entaro Artanis. See, pretty good. We are doing a little bit of... I almost said Heaven's Word. A little bit of Endwalker today. Yeah, a bit of MSQ. This character is currently very early in Endwalker. And the goal in this series is to eventually get her up through the end of Dawn Trip. She's been abandoned for a bit long. Yeah, she's a Roth gal. Boop, boop, boop. I do like me some Roth gal. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Graha says, sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. And that's especially appropriate considering she's a white mage. Well, listen, I came to support. I will drop you a follow and alert so I can come by another time when you stream. Thank you. I post schedules every Monday on my Blue Sky and on my Discord. The information on both are down in the About. And thank you for stopping by. Cyrena's here, but not the other roommate. Thank you for informing the others of the meeting. Yeah, I know. I'm literally just a messenger. Blue Sky blink is broken. Okay, that gets my full attention. Really? One moment. Let me look at that. See, it works for me. There, I updated the URL. Yeah, that's what I changed it to. Does that work better? You see, I'm just finding out all kinds of interesting things now. Ooh! And there's Levos with the jarring. It's most jarring. Take care, Artanis. I almost feel bad for that particular pun. Almost. Ooh, right back at you, I guess. The joke was, I said that you putting me in a jar was most jarring. Firefox doesn't like the jar. Interesting. It crashed because of the bad pun? Okay, fair enough, I guess. Cutscene.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
Why is the jar not despawning? Wow. That took it a minute. Interesting. That's a new and different problem. I may sit down and poke at it a bit offline.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxie of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern.
Well, thank you, Lavos. I appreciate that.
All the houses round here are fitted with cerulean heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Shadowbringers reference.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Keen sense of direction. Okay, if that's what you want to call it. Ice fields! I love ice fields! Oh wait, no I don't.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm. But given your experience traipsing about through Kurthus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable spirits.
Touché.
And even if that were the case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action.
Yes. The way into my heart is always through food.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
You're so-ish guardian. You may be a Garlean, but you're so-ish guardian. See, this is one of those situations in which the hot chocolate would be perfect. Gods be good if it's this cold with Tataru's clothing. I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. Yes, you should. Makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I have been ordered to make myself useful. That sounds like a rather tall order. Oh. Ahem. Since you ask, we're to scout the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin a search. I'll probably regret this, but I suppose we should humor him. It's like dead of night local time. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? Oh no, just a wind sprite. Ironic that I grabbed the aether current on the way over. On the other hand, it's all snow, 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 but lo, what do I see over on yon hillock? That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. You might want to assume she's running away from you. She's wearing a pale green dress. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know which way you headed. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. Well, she is Garlean. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here are to protect those in need. True. Now go and Godspeed. Welcome to Garlemald. So many people wanted to come here for so many expansions. Hope you like it. I didn't want to come here at all. Footprints in the snow. I mean, I can literally just, I can see the twins right there. We thought she might have gone inside a building, but the door doesn't look like it's been opened in some time. Might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking. Then again, it's possible she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Yeah, it's more than likely what happened. The Eblin rhyme. Yay, ice fields. My favorite. The girl in the cream dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. And thus begins one of the new mechanics in Endwalker, which I loathe. The stalking mechanic. It works about as you'd expect. Just in time. I hate this. Detection radius on her. Yes, lovely. You're here to catch, to try and help these people, and we're playing Stalker. Lovely. When in doubt, use the hill to your advantage. Remember, kids, stalking is not a good way to gain people's trust. In other words, don't do this. Seriously. Phew, still in one piece. And now I'm going to give her a heart attack. Who are you? Stay back. The house is packed with explosives. Another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphanon. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Tigress. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We've come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. No, we didn't. I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talafaroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their infliction. You're the first person who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to survive the Talafaroi's influence? Are there others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Lucina. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night and the roar, the terrible roar and the screams, I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs could take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. Yeah, I guessed. I figured. I just wanted to keep everyone safe, and I didn't know if you were... Truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. If we can provide it, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Lucina says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you able to provide us with a means of heating the place? As a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word? If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Perhaps you could provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, do as you will. 1973. Sorry, 83. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up a sweat from all that running around, so I'll leave space at the fire for you and others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. Were you planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food? But they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? That I can do. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion for us to make use of those tinctures. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Ooh. Thank you. The numbness is beginning to subside. Though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Try this. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. I mean, it's alchemy. Garlemald has alchemy. In fact, it has a lot of it. Why wouldn't you have heard of something like that? But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Oh, calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. No, we've been trying to find that out. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification. The Magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. Probably out of fuel. What machina that remains operational cannot run for lack of ceruleum, of course. Cerulia Ingens is full of this stuff for all the good it does us. No one here will know the first thing about the extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Here. What sweet libation is this? Is it poisoned by any chance? It was a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet. And alas, my tears I think would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of a great empire while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. No, that's not relevant at all. First came the war, then came the roar. When the morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of a stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? Here. A tincture? I may as well drink it, I suppose. What's this? That's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted by the finest ore sourced from Locus Amonis. Corvos, in other words. Not all that useful, since the capital fell under ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have fled or ended up like the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a clue. Home Beyond the Horizon. It's the name of the song. An ode to the brave men and women who sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amonis. Corvos. Where Graha's from. Or, more specifically, Graha's family. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that we must suffer great hardship. Better days were surely to come. Despite everything, I believe Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. What? It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he might one day make his triumphant return. Okay. Kid's a little loopy. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus wouldn't be defeated so easily. It was Gaius van Baelsar. We of all people should know how deadly that man is. Let's go check on the other one. You are still standing out in the cold. Here, one for you too. This is what you gave the others? Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Alright. Are you part of the group staying at Laterum? Laterum. Yep. I knew that area would have a name. I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Yep. We defended ourselves. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are there now? How did you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships, then there might be a way to escape. Lucina, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A woman from inside? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almas found its way to the house? It would be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a legatus, then maybe surely a few beasts wouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, whose job is to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they'd share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's not something we have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we have to make it past those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We'd only need enough to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp, and if the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there may be another way to pay the tappers. You'd best watch for baby almasties on the way. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach the directions. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Don't worry about me. Trust me. I'm good. Oh, missed. To be fair, I don't even know if the aether current's still up there. 332 southwest. Nope, still not up there. Okay. I'm used to when they were 10. Here's one. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Who goes there? How did you find us? I looked for the man standing guard. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing right in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return? Huh. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. And they've resorted to sending you to negotiate? I know your game, sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they got another thing coming. I don't think that's a good idea. Fine. They never listen. So, please consider me intimidated. They never learn. There you are. Just after you left, Lucina asked me to go catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip I've got a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is the Tapper's Den. Well, then after you. When your mount alone could beat them to pieces. Yes, absolutely. Who are you? What happened to the guards? They tried to beat me up and failed. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garleans. You were brought here from other lands. Yep. Garabanya, Yangsha, Bosja, Damaska, just to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life and then put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. Social, societal stratification. That's familiar. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is the Ceruleangans. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you've been experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. Though it helps us starve off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. See, thank you. That's actually very reasonable. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. All the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we stayed here for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsabar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is really just a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. Starting to get it, are we, Alize? Rich girl? After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is best for it to be consigned to history. And what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? No. Don't forget. Make sure to tell everyone what happened. Pass on the story, pass on the history. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. What, those purebloods at the Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? We only saw Lucinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing. If she needed treatment, I doubt there's any way to get her around here. I may have refused her at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare a bottle's worth. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? You got it. That we can do. I can't for the life of me think why Lucinia would keep her sister's secret from us. I can. But we can ask about that after we've delivered this. Come on, let's hurry back. Piss off. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but he's nowhere to be seen. I'll look in the house. You search outside. They can't have gone far. The radio's gone too. Ah. They asked me to help carry supplies, and when I followed them here, they just attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Well, yeah, you're a healer. You can't fool us. We know what you're on about. Vultures, that's what you were. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, and then you swoop. Here to help? What a plot! All a ploy to make us lower our guard, let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our land, get your revenge. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments, we've got bigger problems. I found the empty medicine bottles on the bed that was still warm. It's true, Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you you're a fool, I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out. Or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. The beasts are everywhere, how could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean would sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than to be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for the chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucina and her sister will react when we find them, but we find them we must. Go on without me. I'll tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in search after. Alright, be careful. There's only one path out of here. That's where we start. No one is immune to propaganda. Yeah, footprints. This is definitely them. Come on. Once again, tailing. Hey, Crystal Phoenix! How's it going? Nice to hear from you. Trail stops at the lake. Perhaps they chose this route as to not leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Let's split up and look for clues. I mean, just look for the blood trail. Attacked by beasts or the ailing sister. Either one. Doesn't matter. Bingo. Fresh blood, recently wounded. Head southeast. The two bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Believe us?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
These two kids are rich kids. Rich kids from an island nation that are sworn pacifists. This is probably the first time they've really seen this. Should we have never come here, would they still be alive if we hadn't? No way of knowing. We've already caused enough harm here. Let's return to camp before we cause any more. As for those inside, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. Let us linger here no more. Come. Go back directly. I hate this zone. Don't get me wrong, it's masterfully written. And I hate it because it does a good job of portraying what it's trying to portray. The horror of exactly what we're dealing with. Alizé and Alpha Note tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much beyond that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Can I ask for your account? Okay.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus Polaris spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I'm surprised Magni was able to contain his bloodlust.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
No. Not only no, hell no.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make...
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? I still don't like the idea.
You otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
couple of children or what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Here's why I don't like this. Alphino and Alizé are kids. You don't let kids go into what is essentially a hostage negotiation as the hostages. It would be unconscionable. There's no way I would ever agree to this. But that's the story. Sam, are you still around? All right. This is, fortunately, probably the best break point we are going to get in the middle of this story to do a raid out and come back, because this next section is going to be fairly long and drawn out as we deal with what's going to happen. And then after that, well, to be blunt, there's going to be a dungeon. Who's on? I'm checking same category. I've been on for about 4 hours and I generally wrap up about this time anyway. And also, I'm not feeling great. So I think now would be a good time to invoke self-care. Let's... Yes, exactly, Sam. I 100% agree. Let's... My options here, Dead Space, Armello, and Sonic X Shadow Generations. Any preferences? I'm kind of feeling the Armello at this point. Let's do a little raid message. I'm quick to tell other people to self-care, and I'd be an absolute hypocrite if I didn't do it myself when I need it. So, that's what we're gonna do. Give my love and support to Baffy. And thank you for coming. I'll be back on Tuesday, probably with Satisfactory, and then I'm thinking Wednesday with Slarpic. And I hope in the meantime you take some time to take care of yourselves. Because what we just went through, oh, it's good, but I hate it. And to a certain degree, I hate it because it's good. Thanks everybody for coming by, and I'm going to leave you in good hands. We'll come back to this next week.